Yes, yes, that ref, that man right there. Yes, yes, whack his pee-pee. Right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I thankfully got more writing done. Working right now. Even this morning I was working into chapter 16 as it was. But I'm not going to go into chapter 16. I'm going to save that for next time. So, because last time we did chapter 14 and a little bit of chapter 15. Not much. So now it's going to be like, well, you're going over chapter 15 again? It's like, that is a good point. I should just like hard cut us off either 2 chapters if I make it that far, or just the 1 chapter, so on and so forth, right? But now we're getting back into what should be smoother waters, hopefully. Because now I don't have as much of the midpoint payoffs anymore to go forward. Yeah, I'm going to give it a little bit of time. Because also, I'm on a bit of a roll here. Careful. Okay. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Yep. So we did a little bit of chapter 15 last time, just a tiny bit of it. We're gonna go through all of it today. We're gonna go start from the very beginning again and just go straight all the way through all of chapter 15, aka Scrutiny. Which, how many pages was this? I'll say bottom of 217 to 229. Was it actually shorter than I thought? That's a lot shorter of a chapter than I thought it was. I guess when I was in the thick of it, I felt like I was going too long with it. No, it's a pretty short chapter. Well, there you go. I could have gone much longer with it. I don't like doing, like, if I get like 20-page chapters, then I feel a little like, no. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's a shorter chapter than I thought it would. God, it took a lot longer to work on too, though, because I had to make sure there's so much stuff. Like, there's a fuck ton of rewriting in 15. Okay. So, chapter 15, Scrutiny. William let himself relax back against the padded bench as his eyes looked intently at the weight bar hanging above his mouth. On either end of the bar were 3 wheels on each side, bringing the total. Hang on. I don't need that on each side, because on either end of the bar... Oh, we already have that. On either end of the bar were 3 wheels, bringing the total, with the bar's own weight, to 315 pounds. With one final check, he took a deep breath and brought his hands up to let them rest along the bar and for his ring finger to find the smooth groove in between 2 sections of knurling. You sure about this, Will? You can already do more than any of us. You don't need to show off, especially now that you got a woman. A more athletically built man spoke up, shorter than William and with large pool of sweat on his shirt already. Not about showing off, Craig. I want to keep pushing myself. I'm trying to find the hard limit, chip at it, see if I can go further beyond. All the others gathered within the base's gym were looking between themselves before finally letting their gaze fall upon William. A few of his compatriots within the strike team were nearby, waiting if they were needed as the spotter slowly placed his hands on the underside of the bar and nodded. Well, not such a bad goal, but I'll stick to what I got right now. I don't want to get hurt, and I'm nowhere near ready to scale up for 315. Understandable. William turned his focus to the lift and took a deep breath as he started the ascent, pressing the bar up, steadily raising it, but keeping it over the safety catch. He needed to judge his confidence on the weight itself and ensure the spotter was in a position to render assistance. While his arms shook a little, it wasn't bad, unless he carefully extended the bar out and off the catches before bringing it down. When it was about a fist length from his chest, he pushed it back up, not fully locking his arms, but raising it far above the safety. 1. It was the first, and he felt his arms still shaking, but chose to go for another rep. 2. This came easier as his muscles warmed up to the exertion, but he knew he didn't want to push himself to injury. 3. He felt great and his confidence swelled, proving he was capable of doing it, but he needed to maintain his focus on the feel in his arms and chest. 4. Here he felt that slight burning sensation and pulling in his chest, a sign of the muscles overworking, and thus he would need to be done soon. Instead of doing chest here again, we already mentioned chest last time. His pectorals. 5. The limit for now is that burning in his chest continued. He slowly drew the bar back and let it come down as gently as he could. The slight crack as metal and met metal signaled the end of the lift and the reprieve his arms now felt. Well, I'll be damned, William. 315 pounds. Didn't even lift your ass off the bench or struggle at all. Gonna keep making the rest of us look bad. Agent Lowell let his body relax and placed his hands on his chest as he looked at the bar and the wheels on it. Thanks, Sentis. I can feel that pull in my chest for sure. Will be a little sore after, but nothing I can't handle. Now, gotta get to the rest of the workout. He never tried that level of weight before, and this sudden urge to do so came from the revelations of the morning. Glad you could show us all up again, Will. The spotter laughed and then patted him on the shoulder before he started to take a wheel off each side of the bar. For himself, William simply moved on to the next part of his workout, shifting from strength into working his stamina. It was a set rotation that he tried to follow each day, be it with the equipment available here or just going for runs and body work elsewhere. It wasn't the most rigorous of routines, but it made sure to properly maintain his level of fitness, something he had been told was important by the other wolves at the diner. Apparently his caste were known for being warriors, which would have fit well for his history given his service in the Rosentian Marine Corps. Not to put the other castes down, all of them were fighters, but some were better as backline support or for quick hit-and-run attacks. Apparently his caste, and the one they called Wrecker, were the front-line combatants. Said front in a war he didn't know was going on, but he had now been reassured existed twice. He was curious if part of Samantha's information was a further acknowledgement of this conflict or not, And if the former, he had best make sure he was prepared to fight it. I am strong, and I will prove my strength. The voice once more, this time reaffirming his conviction, and thus perhaps a sign of it truly being his alternate self. He was certainly worried about this concept of the sins holding so much sway over their lives, and the idea of losing control. This worry was compounded by the idea that he may, in fact, hold the sin of wrath close to his heart, especially given the unbridled malice he felt when joining the Corps to begin with. That sweet succor of revenge against those uptight elven pricks was far too alluring, and he wanted so badly for them to repay the loss of his family with a pound of flesh. Those fears continued through the rest of his workout routine. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. Also, I forgot I don't have the push to mute. Oops. I had to undo it for all of our stuff with Rogue Point and everything. Whoopsie. Those fears continued through the rest of his workout routine, and even as he got his shower in, and then into the uniform for the assault team. All of this tempered through the strange realization that he truly was far more than he imagined, and held hope that he could see those taken from him once again. He may well have had half his life to get over it, and he dutifully buried it deep, but that wound, while not painful, ached at the absence. Such feelings, though, weren't needed for the training and for the training, and thus he simply set them aside again and started to depart from the lockers. A new thought presented itself, though, one born of curiosity, as he genuinely considered if he should research Maraxes and his worship. It would certainly be difficult to find. Dragon worshippers were rarely anything but ostracized by the majority. Even within Rosentia, that was the first to accept their existence. Such investigations could prove useful, though, for he had heard their viewpoint on the matter, and that those other wolves seemed to follow him in spite of their differences. Yet would any of these books mention the full truth? Surely not, given the werewolves, or rather Wolverine, were so secretive to the point the NDA had fallen for the red herring all along. His next thought, amusingly echoed by the voice in his head, brought a smirk to his face and a soft chuckle. Shame I don't know any dragons to talk with. As that small bit of pleasantness settled within, with him, it was soon immediately dashed as he exited the gym, only to wander directly into one of his least favorite people. Commander Lorcan Thetis, who was already giving the usual twisted smile with those cold, glassy eyes, now darkened Agent Lowell's vision and made his spine tense. Good morning, William. Hope you had a pleasant one thus far. There was a strange edge buried within his words, as if subtle implication that only he himself knew the truth of. I have indeed, Commander. It was a rather pleasant breakfast, and had a lovely chat with a few strangers. Honestly, could become friends if it all shakes out well. William did his best to put on as cordial a display as possible, and let his facial features turn placid for fear of the disgust showing all too plainly. I see. And you had a good workout, it seems. You're always so driven. The man's words did not match the contempt in his voice, as if the effort of thinly veiling his malice was too much for him. He didn't want to respond to such obvious outward animosity and risk tipping his hand. After all, from what he discerned at the diner and the warnings given, Smilers were extremely dangerous. Was he truly starting to think his commander was one of these twisted werewolves? Was there any way to be certain of that fact? I try to make sure I can be useful when needed. I feel like a team lead should be capable just in case things go wrong. He wasn't just trying to blow smoke, and felt that if he was honest in his feelings, it would help to ease the tension. A vile thing should never be appeased. Once more, the voice was expressing its discontent. Though he wasn't sold on just outright believing it was his other self, he did agree in principle. He just needed the evidence. How very amicable of you, William. There was a slight release of agitation in the terseness of the man's words, and seemingly at the mention of being useful. There was still an underlying contempt, but it seemed as if the gears were turning in the commander's head. Did you want me to do something, sir? I was going to get to the extra training with the guys, but I can have them wait if... This made the commander smirk, the smile growing beyond a mere show of amusement and instead to that creepy leer. Not at the moment, Special Agent. The use of his rank wasn't just for polite chatter, and it was hard for William not to notice. Had his commander always been this completely manipulative in all his dealings? I was actually curious. A lot of rumors going around about you lately. I don't mean to pry, but how are you and Samantha faring so far? We're doing good. His interest instantly made William stiffen and go on edge, for the commander was infamously known for his callous disregard for others. Right now, still early days, but we've had some wonderful time spent together already. Very good to hear, William. Just know that should anything happen, I'll be there. Think of me as someone to guide you in the dark times. Do you understand, Special Agent? He could hear the utter disregard in his words, and yet the unspoken demand laced within it. Surely this level of scheming was obvious to everyone else. Or was it only because he was that cognizant of it after the warnings? Also, what the hell was he talking about? I will keep that in mind, sir. So, you don't need me for anything right now? This made the tension come back tenfold, as those cold, lifeless eyes threatened to bore right through his very being. Not at all. I don't need you at all. It was only after another turn of the great cogs within that the commander tilted his head and offered that terrible smirk. So, feel free to get some extra training in. You could prove your usefulness to me, William. Keep up that good work for me, all right? I shall, sir. Thank you kindly. William gave a nod of his head before he offered a smile in return. This came just before he made a hasty retreat away, slipping towards the armory to get kitted out for the training course downstairs. Though he didn't risk a glance back to check, he could feel the intensity of the commander's eyes following him, though he couldn't guess at the clenched fist. The internal machinations that kept the man drowning in the endless torments of his prison began. Always such a busybody. Who does he think he is? He's a good tool, a good stepping stone for me to climb the ladder. He's just so arrogant and full of himself. When he does change, I'll love to see him broken, desperately crying out for a helping hand, and oh, how I shall steer him. Such an arrogant little prick will bring me to the director's seat for sure. As if in answer to his malicious schemes, his favorite bootlicker wandered in with that distasteful grin on his face. The sniveling little weakling that knew exactly where his place was. Ah, little Jeffrey Cooper. Hope you brought me some more good news. The wretched man of such terribly dubious morality nodded his head and gleefully stepped closer to Lorcan's side. I have, sir. I was checking in on Samantha. She was doing some digging in the archives here. The commander raised a brow and lightly scratched at his cheek as he listened. Of course, nothing out of the ordinary usually. But then I checked what she was looking into. Her scent was all over the pages, and it seems she is looking into the black sites more closely. This brought a moment of irritation to Commander Thetis' face, but soon enough that terrible smile began to etch itself in place once more. He then turned his focus to Agent Cooper and offered that terrible, stilted, suffocating laugh. So she may have found some breadcrumbs, yes? The mummery of a man lightly bounced on his tiptoes as he kept the smile. I see. Very well, then. I want you to keep a close eye on her, and order a tale. This is a golden opportunity to push our little fledgling over the edge. At once, sir. As the ooze was about to depart, the commander suddenly called out, Good job, Jeffrey. You are a very good agent. This praise made him nearly twirl in delight as his own mind raced, and he started to plan out who would best follow his orders. Another piece was moved onto the board. All right, do a pause there. That's William's section. Well, first William's section. Yeah, we'll do a pause there for a second. Let me drink some agua. So there you go. There's the first bit. What do you guys think of the first bit? I definitely need some agua. I can feel it. Ugh, that's slightly, when you got slightly mucusy feeling. Ugh, like oh no. Woo. All right. Now, next bit. Jonathan slowly pulled the car, an old relic of a vehicle well maintained over its century of life, up to the decorative gate. Decorative only, for it was missing any actual barrier to prevent entry, and the 2 sentries posted at either wall's ending were already looking on warily. Behind them, writ large on a beautifully carved placard, was the name, The Briar's Glade, complete with gold filigree and inserts. The 2 sentries both flanked the car quickly before Mr. Ulfither rolled the window down and looked to the first that came to the driver's side window. Einwalder, welcome to the hotel site. We didn't expect you out here today. This sentry was a woman who Jonathan knew as a wrecker, and one that put a good name to the female variant of her caste. She had long brown hair with amber eyes and a slightly sunken face that highlighted her cheekbones heavily. The other sentry was a man of average stature and build, with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. He was a newer pup to the Aeter compared to the woman, but he was already proving to be very dutiful, all the best hallmarks for a Domari. He also came around to the driver's side window and quickly offered a bow of his head. Chief, it's wonderful to see you. Jonathan offered a smile and waved his hand. I'm pleased you both were still on guard duty regardless. I always worry nothing gets done without me needing to be here. The man raised a brow and then shifted a bit to see what the woman might say. In the absence of her speaking, he instead looked at Mr. Ulfither and answered, Of course, Einwalder. Someone has to do it. To protect what's ours, I mean. A chuckle came from John before he slowly motioned for them to step back. Oh, wise words. You're already speaking like a well-seasoned Domari, Chiswick. Let me try that again. The throat demon said hello. All right. Wise words. You're already speaking like a well-seasoned Domari, Chiswick. Please keep up the good work. Offer the same sentiments for you as well, Cynthia. The woman quickly snapped upright and spoke in response. Thank you, Jonathan, Chieftain. As the 2 finally stepped away from the car and returned to their posts, he drove forward and into the lot that was currently designated for their vehicles. The underground parking was still being renovated and given as low priority compared to getting rest of the hotel functional. Now, though, with the information that Jonathan had squeezed from the brief conversation with Michael, this place was going to get far more attention. The Briar's Glade one of the largest remote resorts ever conceived, hidden deep within the thick Golgoran forest, and accessible from a single road connected to the interstate west of its foundation. The entire resort was encircled by a brick wall with spiked metal fencing along the top that enclosed a hot spring, fire pit, outdoor banquet complete with stage, and a professional swimming pool. The main building itself was an old Wolfhard-style construction, much to the delight of Jonathan, with a large imposing central edifice and 2 wings on either side that further turned 90 degrees to help enclose a central plaza with a garden. The central structure even had an indoor pool, one of far more finery than the outdoor offering. What? Oh no, there's a part in here where I accidentally scuffed a sentence. There's a sentence that doesn't end. I found a sentence that doesn't end. I must have accidentally hit insert or something some point and just deleted a part of the sentence. Hold on. Oopsie. Oops. Oopsie whoopsie. There we go. Fixed it. I fixed it. The end of this next paragraph, there was just a sentence that just stopped. And I think I know what I did, because I remember I was fiddle fucking around with things, and I accidentally might have just deleted part of it. Alright. Future plans for the grounds were to add a lake, given the expansive territory of the resort hotel itself. Dozens of the rooms, which were already lavish, were being converted to permanent living quarters. A special hedgerow was already being grown and curated to completely shield parts of the ground from outside observation. And David's grill would instead be placed at the lake when completed. All in all, the expense to purchase the resort, along with renovations, had been a costly one, but well worth it. Even more so now if his suspicions were true. Heading from the makeshift lot to the hotel itself, he was greeted by another sentry who quickly bowed their head and even helped open the door for him. This is when Brian, the man absent from the meeting the other day, came running forward and offered a bow. Jonathan was in no hurry, and instead cleaned off his boots in the mudding pit and stepped up into the lobby of the hotel. Brian was not exactly massive compared to some of those around the tribe, but he clearly put a lot of work into remaining fit. This carried through to the neatly trimmed black beard and side-parted hair, with strangely immaculate eyebrows that framed perfectly white teeth and golden eyes. If one thing could be said, he looked like a movie star, and not just the kind in SWS's filmography of smut. Hey, John. Thought you would be at the meeting longer, and didn't expect anything but a call. This brought a smirk to Jonathan's face before he stepped up and placed a hand on the back of Brian's head, before nodding. Let's get rid of the first before, as he stepped up. Well, some very interesting things happened there, and I wanted to investigate. Where's Lester and Tiffany? Brian brushed the hand from his head and stood upright before offering a guilty smile. Well, you see, Tiffany is keeping a watch on the kids. We brought them out here. Sorry, John. Jonathan waved a hand and shook his head. No need for apologies. In fact, that may be the norm soon. I'll explain later, but Lester is... Brian nodded his head and suddenly shifted his demeanor as he became more annoyed and furrowed his brow. That damn Goofy is probably balls deep in someone. He was working on the generators, but you know how he is. He certainly did, and an audible groan escaped the man before he rubbed his face. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Did you know I found him? Well, Victor found him first, banging Cassandra in the meeting room. Brian tilted his head and his mouth hung slightly open. No. Yep. I came in later and found he had knotted her in my chair. Brian now slowly covered his face and shook his head. I swear that man enjoys taking risks too much. It was then a sudden realization came and Brian snapped his fingers. Is that why you had him scrubbing the room every day last month? That man is lucky he's so dutiful otherwise. Though I'm thinking of dropping him out of the Rogenwalder. Brian gave a nod of his head just as a new specter joined the conversation. Currently, the young-looking man was wearing a t-shirt that posed the question, "Got Wolf?" Oh my god. Sorry, I forgot. Mute button's not working. Hold on. What did I do this time? Lester was suddenly blindsided, and the two taller men both turned to look at him. What? You already won't let me compete? You already won't let me compete because of the thing in the conference room, and I apologize for that profusely. I even made sure the place was spotless as per your orders. And I'm not no, you know what? No, I'm gonna get rid of that part. I apologize for that. Profusely. I even made sure the place was spotless as per your orders. Have you ever put your brain to the thought of not doing such antics in the first place? Lester crossed his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow. Look, I have a worse reputation than reality warrants. Yes, I have done some risky things because, frankly, I find it hot. But I'm not some sex-crazed lunatic. The man paused for a moment and suddenly turned his attention towards the ceiling before clapping his hands together. Pardon the phrase, Monty. You sure about that, Mo? Brian's sudden question made Jonathan smirk as he stifled a laugh before Lester shrugged his shoulders and waved his hands. Unbelievable. Lester, it was the 7th time you've been caught. I never said I was good at it, just that the scenario was hot to me. The risk is part of the thrill. The poor beleaguered Goothy let out a huff and then looked at Brian and offered a nod. Generators are inspected. Number 3 needs a tune-up. The fuel line is being choked again. See, that right there. Jonathan's sudden proclamation made both of the other men turn their attention. I appreciate your dutiful nature, Lester. But I also want to point out, what other hotel requires 4 backup generators? Is it not just... Sorry. Oh my god. Is it not just the owner was eccentric? Brian offered a moment and Lester shrugged. I'm not sure, Jonathan. I guess I never really thought of it. Like Brian said, we were just told the previous owner and operator was very eccentric. But 4 generators is overkill. Jonathan snapped his fingers and pointed to the 2 of them. Exactly. How much trouble did we have with generators 2, 3, and 4? Both the other men looked between each other and shared an understanding instantly. A fuck ton, right? What if the other 3 generators were for show? Like if the grounds were inspected and they weren't meant to be used. But there is a ton of fuel storage in the warehouse. That gets to my point, actually. During the meeting, Jonathan suddenly slowed his words and looked around before he ushered the 2 of them to follow him. Realizing their chieftain was likely onto something major, they hastily complied and stepped into the front office. Right, so... During the meeting, that ranger let slip something very interesting. He had met with Meraxis and Jerox at the same time. Armikander was with the Emperor? Lester called out and even began to lean in closer to Jonathan. Indeed, and more than that, As the meeting went on, and an unexpected complication settled over it, he let slip that he had recently seen something very important to us. So, Brian, my dear Elder Domari. Brian was at first excited and then suddenly apprehensive of the Einwalder's tone. Oh, I'm really gonna like this, aren't I? Jonathan, however, simply smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Actually, you will. You see, the bit that he let slip was that at a recent meeting with a pair of dragons, there was an unsanctified convergence point. He also let loose this meeting took place in some hotel. Now, I'm not claiming to have found fire, but there is an awful lot of smoke. Both of the men listening in suddenly were shaking with excitement. You mean we could have... Jonathan snapped his fingers. Do you remember how odd it was, even expressing at the time of the auction, that the government was the one officiating the proceedings? Why not a family estate? Surely the previous owner would have handed it down to his own kin. Could he have been so far into debts he sold it to the government? Maybe. What if instead, though, there was no previous owner, as it were? What if... Jonathan leaned in and offered out a hand to the pair of them. A secret government site? Some sort of duck and cover operation? Brian began, and Lester suddenly blurted out alongside him, Secret bunker? Like I said, a lot of smoke, but we need to investigate if there's a fire. Would explain the rather insane fuel storage, too. The damn thing can hold 40 drums, and that begs the question, if the other 3 generators are for show, then what would you need that much fuel for? Jonathan slowly turned back towards the door of the office before calling back. We investigated this place thoroughly, right? Well, within reason, yeah. With no concept we were looking for something hidden underground, there was no reason but to inspect the seams on either side of the mirror. Jonathan nodded his head in agreement and scratched his cheek as Brian answered. It was then he shrugged and made a determination. Well, let's have another once-over. This time focusing specifically on any oddities. Perhaps we're slightly off in our understanding of convergences and the signs are more subtle around them. Maybe they only really hold rigidity to both sides if they've been sanctified. Whatever the case may be, I don't think anyone has had a convergence hidden before. So, put the utmost scrutiny in this. Also, keep the potential it exists to yourself until we can confirm it does. Don't want to get the Aiders' hopes up. The 2 others gave a thumbs up before the 3 of them departed the office, then quickly made haste down into the mudding room and then quickly back outside. Some of the tribe were around and offered their bows before the Einwalder and the pair of Rogenwalder with him, but most were busy carrying supplies or trying to get their assigned tasks done. It was only when the 3 of them reached the garden that was currently undergoing heavy renovations and curation that they turned back to face the hotel. One last look at its imposing splendor, with its pointed towers and grand entryway adorned with columns and flying buttresses. Then all 3 of them stepped back and fell without hitting. There was a shocking rigidity to the world as Jonathan, Brian, and Lester looked around within the other side of the mirror. The top of the building still had the slightly off haze of artificial structures, but as it got closer to the bottom, where the twin staircases leading to the top landing and the mudding room, where the mudroom was, things looked solid. Well, actually, as they got closer to the paved road, where residents would drop off their vehicles for the valet service, had a slightly uncanny appearance, as if it was fluctuating between solidity and the usual haze. There, that makes more sense. Sorry, I had to put an it in there. Never seen anything like that, Chief. Never seen anything like that, Chief. Lester knelt down and pressed his hand to the road. The usual ripples from such an act were stifled, dying out the moment it fluctuated. This made him draw his hand back and look around, noting the dozens of Ander currently starting to take a keen interest. This is when Jonathan spotted one he recognized. "Gentlemen, I think we have some more signs. Why would some of Jerox's own forces be here without the door being completed?" The other two nodded in agreement before they made their way up the staircases. A couple other tribesmen, both Guthi, were busily working at the tribe's protective rites within the divine realm, both of whom could not turn away from their current duties. The interior of the hotel showed the same strange fluctuations, and even further defining of the various furniture throughout. There was no vagueness or guessing what the ripples meant until you got near, but a clear ethereal image of a chair, a couch, a table, albeit ones that were swaying and moving. "John, there is absolutely one nearby." Brian's words were filled with barely contained excitement as he touched the furniture and felt the solidity in it. Something that was not present in this side normally. As furniture was often not bolted down, it had a sort of transient state in the spirit world, allowing you to move through it, and thus the inability to do so meant that an anchor was indeed close at hand. "We've checked this place thoroughly, Chief. This is new. None of the other Guthi have reported these hallmarks or oddities." This made Jonathan look around in wonder before he turned to Lester. "Could we be mistaken on convergence points? Could the anchors move? Perhaps can they form over time? Is this what a new one looks like? Or if they did build a complex underground, did they crack the outer shell and it leaked through over time?" The questions weren't answerable at the moment, but he still felt the need to ask them. While the Vordir were intimately tied to these anchorings, given the boons claiming one offered their kind, that didn't mean they knew the exacting details of every aspect of them. Had any of their kind tried to do a scientific survey of them before? Well, we could at least narrow down where it is. Brian looked up and pointed to the ceiling, which was still the same slightly fluid and hazy appearance it would normally be. Jonathan nodded his head and then looked about the lobby. "Right. We should check for any lower areas. Check near the generators, the fuel storage. Look for walls with the same fluctuating rigidity. We can at least map out a rough area where we should look." Lester suddenly puffed up his chest and offered a smirk before he pointed at the stairwell. "I bet you they wanted to be efficient, and there's an entryway or secret panel or wall at the stairs." This made the other two raise a brow before Lester immediately walked over towards the main stairs. "The underside of staircases or the wall of a landing are great places to hide a passage." "Well, I'm doubtful, but if this was a government duck and cover site, then having the entry be near the front door would make sense to me." Jonathan started to follow and then paused for a moment. Then again, sometimes governments do the most retarded things I've ever seen. Eventually, all three of them made their way to the stairwell, which showed the same fluctuations, but now higher on the walls, even nearly reaching the next floor. This was the main attraction of the lobby, another twin staircase to match the exterior, and this is when Lester pressed close to the wall at the back and center of both. The Guthi was carefully inspecting the strange fluctuations, while the Damari was trying to look for any odd seams in the wall. This left Jonathan to ponder the possibility of what could be on the other side, and started recalling all the blueprints he had seen for the hotel. This is when he suddenly clicked on something that didn't make sense in light of new possibilities. This wall is supposed to be a crawl space for piping. Yet the blueprints had multiple trunks going up in other areas. So, why would you need to run piping through this central staircase? As he stepped up to place a hand on the wall, Bryden suddenly called out, "John, there's absolutely a seam here. It's subtle, but there's a line between the panels of wood used for the wall decoration." It was the traditional style of the Wolfhard architecture, with warm and dark woods used between sturdy stonework, leading to arches and a thick roof. Here on the inside, they would often use stonework for the floors and concrete for walls to give structural support with a facade of wood for beautification. Jonathan placed his hand on the wall and felt the rippling in it, but was surprised when there was a coolness as if metal were used here. To ensure his findings, he touched another area of the wall and found the same metal feel just beneath the warmth of the wood paneling. He was way too curious now to be satisfied, and thus snapped his fingers and ordered them all back to the mundane side. Once back through the garden and inside the stairwell again, they were joined by a couple wolf-bloods who were eager to be of assistance to their powerful kin. Gladly the group had all accepted and were helping to scour the staircase and the front desk of reception for any telltale signs of a catch or release. There was no telling how complex the obfuscation of the wall panel would be. Yet Lester had at least confirmed that he found additional seams and what clearly looked to be hinges hidden behind the wall. At last, it was one of the wolf-bloods who found a panel near the base of the floor that had a strange catch to it. It slid up just enough, and a latch was clearly heard giving way before the wall pressed out a little and allowed fingers to get behind the panels. The crowd now gathered around as the wall was swung open, and the dusted cobwebs within spilled into the lobby. They may as well have been fireworks, for they heralded a great uptake of mirthful cheer as Brian came over and grabbed Mr. Oldfitter's shoulder. "John, you have no idea how much I've always wanted to find a secret bunker in my entire life." Throat Demon said hello. "And we own one." Brian was so excited he actually jumped as he raced forward and into the lattice work of old cobwebs, brushing them aside as he ran into the newly excavated secret. Jonathan and Lester joined him inside, as did some of the wolf-bloods, while others ran to gather up more of the tribe and let them in on the big news. They had yet to confirm visually if a convergence point was present, but at the very least they had uncovered something special here. Inside they all now stood within an antechamber, where a bunker door of considerable mass sat patiently. Beside it was an old keypad lock with a simple interface for the number display. Above it on the wall was a strange logo, a stylized sun with wavy radiant markings and 3 bricks stacked as a triangle within the sun itself. "Holy shit, this was built by Sunstone Construction?" Jonathan stepped up and brushed at the logo, clearing the signs of age from it and guaranteeing his initial glance was correct. "Yeah, this is their old logo. They don't bother with the heat waves anymore. Straight radiances now, and change the bricks to be a beam with a man walking across it." "How long ago was this place built?" Lester asked as he looked at the keypad and had to begrudgingly admit they had designed it properly and recessed it into the wall. "It was built right at the onset of World War III, likely as a hidey hole, in case of dragon duck and cover." Jonathan answered back before he tapped at the bunker door. "Double-edged sword. Sunstone know what they're doing. Even today, they're a company famous for their engineering and construction. Hell, those damn bunkers they built back during the First and Second World Wars are nigh indestructible, even with modern equipment." "Well then, that stops our explorations for the day, folks. We gotta figure out how to crack this puppy open." Jonathan nodded in agreement as he turned to leave. We had to change it because the Illuminati sued us. Yep. Well, that, and they wanted to make it more clear that it wasn't just going to be stonework, because there was an unintended implication because of the famousness of their bunkers and everything, right? That they only worked in concrete and stone and everything like that. So they instead changed the logo to be a little more like, no, we were just construction in general, right? Sunstone doesn't just work with bricks and mortar and stuff like that, right? Okay, this is one of those cases where a corporate logo gets updated, but it's updated for more of a no, we need people to understand that we don't just do bricks and mortar. Like, that's what we're getting constantly requests for all this concrete work and stone work and stuff like that. It's like, that's fine, but we work with metals, we work with lumber, we have carpenters and woodworkers. Like, good Lord. Oh my God, sorry chat, hold on. Oh, the throat demons are terrible. Okay. Likely a secondary entrance somewhere near the fuel storage to ferry it down into the bunker properly, too. Probably just as sealed up, but can feel free to look for it. Also, send some guys into the woods. Keep the team small. Look for exhaust vents or intakes. You don't want to only use the ventilation of the hotel itself in case of attack. So, should be some auxiliary air vents, Jonathan's phone suddenly rang and he pulled it from his pocket. And before he could answer, Victor's voice came over it loud and clear. Chief, I got news. Some of our guys uncovered a hot spot. Some of our friends from down south are visiting, bringing the family dog as well. This made the man freeze in place and slowly turn to look at everyone now starting to exit the bunker's entryway. Are they there already, or? His words lingered and Victor responded quickly. They'll be here by nightfall, guaranteed. Already have our guys beefing up security and making preparations. Dodger and Clark were the ones that stumbled upon the greetings. Jonathan slowly ran his hand over his face and through his hair as he took a deep breath. Coded message received loud and clear. Well done, Victor. I'll get a welcome party together for them. He didn't wait for a response and simply hung up and pocketed the phone as he looked at the now solemn faces around. Assemble a hunting pack. A hellhound is coming. Alright. Whew. Alright, that's Jonathan's section. That's Glass Den, aka Smiling Wolf Studios. They've now started investigating their hotel thoroughly. Because obviously, if you don't know a place has a bunker hidden underneath it, you're not gonna look for a bunker underneath every building, right? So they just did a thorough inspection, but it was one that was looking at, okay, are the walls sturdy? Has any of the concrete started chipping away and crumbling? Do we need to fix any of the arches or the columns? Is the piping working? You have no concept to look oh, I need to check every little wall seam and see if there's a fucking bunker under there. But yeah, also, Lester getting in trouble again. Well, should say suffering the consequences of his wiliness. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Next section. The man casually strode from the office with a walking cane, lightly tapping the ground as he did so until he made it to the car waiting for him. The driver bowed his head and opened the door, allowing Jeremiah Rossman to enter before he tossed the can aside and slumped back in the seat. The door was closed and the driver took his place as the car pulled away from the mayor's office. Meeting go well, Chief? Jeremiah brought both hands up to run down his face before he sighed and looked to the driver. I'll say looked at the driver. Glad handing can be so tiring. And the mayor's son is an absolute moron. Mr. Rossman slowly withdrew a notepad he had taken with him. I'm going to authorize some funds for the mayor's revitalization campaign of the warehouse district. But I did at least get some more information. That man is named Jonathan Wolfwood and is a known business tycoon around LaPradia. Apparently very well regarded, though not a socialite by any means. Reclusive and secretive. Though there was no rush, Jeremiah felt an immense pressure to get his hands on that hotel. He needed it more than anything, and he was ready to sacrifice every piece of Everglade to get it. He needed to save him no matter what, and the goal was so close at hand. Fuck. My apologies, chat. Good lord. I want you to tell Theric to look into this Wolfwood. It sounds like an alias to be sure, and the mayor's son expressed much the same opinion. I want any and all businesses he is associated with. The driver waited until the vehicle could come to a complete stop at one of the traffic lights before he bowed his head. As you command, Chief. And there, that's the ending of Chapter 15, Scrutiny. Which again, it's a pretty short chapter. I didn't expect it was going to be that short. Yeah, it's 216 to 229. Yeah. Oh, so the book is officially 373 pages. Now it's going to get bigger. Well, no, because he didn't sign his name as Jonathan Wolfwood to Smiling Wolf normally, right? But a lot of the stuff, like, Jonathan is still, he's a little still befuddled to the olden ways, where you don't need to have 17 degrees of separation, right? He's working on separating. He hasn't signed the stuff as Jonathan Olfither, right? But the owner and operator of Smiling Wolf Studios is Jonathan Olfither. The owner of the buildings, the lots, the land, and everything that Smiling Wolf Studios operates on is Jonathan Wolfwood. So you know what I mean? He has that little bit of obfuscation, but he's not going to the levels you need in the modern day. It's part of a failing of Jonathan's. Because he hasn't fully adapted to the modern time. He's adapted a lot, and his whole goal and scheme of how to use modernized propaganda and everything. But he hasn't done, like, a ton of cloak and dagger stuff in the modern day. He's done the old stuff where, you know, you have things slightly off and a little bit of obfuscation here and there. And how to conduct, like, clandestine meetings. Use shiny surfaces to check behind yourself. You know, be able to watch the door so you don't look suspicious. That sort of thing. Excuse me. Woofda. Or I should say, not the land is owned by it. There's a little bit more of obfuscation, but it's the whole, like, if you start digging into, like, who owns what, you can connect Jonathan Olfither pretty easily to it. Not to mention, he showed up specifically to the auction because it's a lot of fucking money. This was a big hotel resort, and it was the government that was putting on the auction. So, of course, the price tag was going to be rather high. rather high, rather extreme. Speaking of rather high, or rather extreme, I'll be right back. Blah. Bleh. That's 100% true. Oh no, spoilerinos. You get to see a bit of chapter 16 already. We're being worked on. Fuck. Spoilerinos. It was brutal. It was brutal, chat. It was brutal. Okay. Right. So, one thing I need to do is I need to get a drawing up, or get a drawing done, or some kind of thing, so you guys could see what the hotel looks like. Basically, what the future tribal home of Glass Den will actually be. Because to put it in perspective, this is not like a, it's not just like a hotel in the woods. You know what I mean? It's a full-on resort. It is exactly like the Greenbrier. Or is it Briar's Green? Greenbrier? Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, I can do this. Now, again, it's not the exact same look or anything like that, because obviously it uses a different style of architecture and everything like that, and the layout's different. But this is what I mean when I say, like, it's not just a hotel. It's not just like it's a big boxy hotel. This is what you would consider like a hotel, right? This initial thing with 2 towers on the end, just a rectangle sitting out there. No, it's a full-on resort. It was a big place, and again, I picked the Greenbrier for a very specific purpose, because this is where the government, the hidden government secret site was. This is where the bunker was. Or bunker. This is actually where the hidden, where the U.S. government was going to run and hide in event of nuclear war. They were going to hide underneath Greenbrier. And it is a huge bunker, by the way. Huge bunker. This is inside the bunker. Okay? Okay. Big place. Big place. But it's, again, the same thing like here. It's a massive, for the needs of the government to continue functioning, they're not going to stay in the home state, right? They're going to go to the south of from the capital, and they're going to go to La Pradia and hide in the forest in La Pradia. Part of it was because the whole moniker of the Lucky Twin was well earned many times over, and that was before. Well, that was often because of Jonathan Ulfither. Remember, La Pradia, he basically views La Pradia as his. La Pradia is his territory. It's his turf. He owns it. So that's why for Chapter 16 it'll be made more clear. I tried to make it clear in Chapter 6 that he runs the criminal underworld of La Pradia. He owns and operates all the all the dark and dirty secrets, as it were. And that's why La Pradia's crime is so weird. That's why there's not a lot of crime in and of itself. It's very contained. There's not drugs everywhere. The crime is very small-time petty or individualistic. There's not like gangs roaming around, everything like that, because the moment gangs form, suddenly a lot of weird people in like trench coats with shotguns and baseball bats and crowbars and shit show up and beat the shit out of them. So that's one of the things. Remember, William talked about. He was specifically watching the docks, and he happened to be there during one of these oustings. A group decided to bring a drug lab that was built into a houseboat. They brought it to the marina that was north of the docks, the actual port of La Pradia itself. And William was observing, because he was part of his task was to get the lay and feel of the criminal underworld within La Pradia. And he got to watch a couple cars pull up and a bunch of people in trench coats and shotguns and baseball bats and crowbars come out, beat the fucking piss, if not outright kill, a couple people on the marina docks, drag them onto the houseboat. The houseboat drifts out to sea, catches on fire. Like, he got to see them basically cleaning up. Yeah, so this also being that that Briar's Glade was built in World War III, so it's been quite a while, and it has had enough time for, like, generational knowledge to wane, you know? Like, oh, everybody knows the secret of Briar's Glade. It's the hush-hush secret for World War III. Then World War III has passed. And you get past that and you kind of settle into this whole thing. Well, like, do we really need a duck and cover site for it? Well, we might as well have it just in case. And then more time passes. World War IV happens. And it's not really necessary to have it for duck and cover there. But it's nice to have. It's a fallback. And then more time passes. World War V happens. And nobody really remembers. It's not like a thing that's passed around as part of your initiation in the government anymore. Like, hey, you're one of the people that's going to be the lucky few that gets to go to Briar's Glade. It's like, so it kind of fades from memory, and now it's been 11 years since the end of World War V by the time the book takes place. So that's another decade stacked on top of the kind of irrelevancy of the place. It gets locked down. The information on it is basically lost into the vast archives of the National Defense Agency, and yeah. The government's like, well, we don't want to keep spending money to own and operate this. We're just going to sell it off. We're just going to sell it off, and fuck it. What happens, happens. Because a lot of the government also forgot that Briar's Glade existed. They're just looking at it like, why are we spending this much money to keep a resort that no one goes to? And when I say no one, I don't mean obviously nobody goes there. I mean, like, it's a ghost town, right? They have a skeleton staff. They have some people that show up every now and then, like, to actually stay there. But it's basically like a total drain on resources. Why do we have it? And nobody remembers anymore because that information has gone into the NDA archives, which are an infamous black hole of suck. This is also what sets up the entire motion of events. Again, I made it more clear now in the rewrite how all the pieces are interconnected together. Jeremiah Rossman wants it because Sunstone built the place, and Sunstone had reports during construction of oddities that were happening. Those oddities were because they cracked the outer shell of a convergence point. Now, this was before... No, not any black hole bureaucracy. Remember, the NDA are obsessed. They fetishize the idea of obfuscation, right? That's a big problem. So as it turns out, when Jeremiah Rossman gets in contact with the NDA to investigate, he's like, hey, I know the place that has it. We didn't win. I didn't get to the auction in time because Jeremiah Rossman had to find the notations from old Sunstone to begin with. He finds the old notations, realizes that there is a resort hidden in the woods that has a fucking convergence point under it. He wants it. He needs it. So now he gets in, realizes that it has been sold. He doesn't know who it's been sold to, so that was the initial part, was figuring out who the fuck bought it. And now he's trying to put together, like, okay, well, we know there's a bunker underneath it, because Sunstone literally built the damn thing. And Everglade now owns Sunstone. So, he knows that there is a bunker underneath it, but he also knows it's a fucking bunker. And he can either spend months trying to crack it open, or if he can get it, he wants the codes to unlock the doors. Which is why he's working with the NDA. Unfortunately, the NDA that he's working with is Lorcan Thetis, a shady motherfucker and a smiler through and through, who sends another smiler through promises of, like, titillating his desire for flesh to go and get the password, which is what causes, basically to ensure that the smiler would behave, he captures the other smiler's false sulfur, kind of wanted to hold him ransom because, again, he's envious. He's thinking of, like, schemes and manipulations. He's obsessed with that. That's what his envy causes him to do. The other smiler ain't having that shit. Attacks the black site, which is what triggers William and his team to get in the area, which is what makes Monty get really fucking nervous, and which is why Monty has Brightbeak getting involved in everything, getting involved in all the situations. And also pulling Michael nearby. The Smiler then goes to his second task, compared to his primary of getting back his fuck toy. Goes to his second task of getting the last known place of the NDA's password, the fucking password for the bunker, which happens to be with the Rosentian Rangers of the Golgotan Forest, because that's where the bunker is located. So, somewhere along the line, someone gave the Rangers, who are a federal law enforcement group, they gave them the password too. But obviously, it has not been a thing that's been necessary, so it's been tucked away. It is actually at the visitor center. The password and the information is at the visitor center. That is the last known location of the folder with all the specific details in it. Congratulations, we have Conspiracy Soup, where all these different, like, groups have all clashed together for seemingly unrelated reasons. And it has, like, done a dog pile up where if any one piece of this hadn't been there, like if Briar's Glade was just a resort, like, obviously Jeremiah Rossman wouldn't be involved, which then wouldn't get the NDA involved. Lorcan Thetis wouldn't have sent the Smiler. Whoa. And again, this is the whole thing of, like, Smilers can't work together, right? Because what happens here? If they were working together, what would Lorcan Thetis actually have done? He would have said, hey, I want you to do this and I'll pay you this. He then would have left him to his devices and let him get what he wanted. Lorcan Thetis couldn't do that. Because again, he's a Smiler of envy. So he has to manipulate, try to scheme and manipulate and hold ransom over someone else. Because he can't trust them. The sin literally won't allow him to be on the level. So he gets the Smiler of lust, he takes his fuck toy from him. And that causes a whole chain of bad events. Which then obviously gets Monty involved, because the most precious person in the world to her is William Lowell. And William Lowell is in the area of La Pradia. A Smiler has now attacked an NDA site, and William Lowell is now in danger. He's being threatened, even if it's only remotely. Like, William is near a smiler. Very dangerous, very bad, very bad, 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 bad. Monty freaks out. But Monty doesn't know about Lorcan Thetis because, again, and I hope I'm making it clear through the interaction with Lorcan Thetis. Lorcan Thetis is a fucking shut-in. He's a fucking shut-in. He doesn't leave or go anywhere. He has his bootlicker go do the groundwork, right? And also, I hope I'm making it clear and giving enough, some of them subtle, some of them less so, about who Agent Cooper actually is. Or what Agent Cooper actually is. Because, yeah, there should be some obviousness to it of, like, he doesn't act like a normal person. He certainly don't act normal. That boy is weird. That boy would be strange. Okay. Woofta. Chad, I just realized we're over halfway. We're over halfway on the rewrite. Hooray! Oh, God, okay. I wanted to show you guys a train game that I only learned about because Steam is doing a train sale. Yeah. Okay. It's a very interesting train game. Look, you see, you can even unlock, like, different styles of train and everything. Trains. Yes. Trains. Select your train. The train is very important. Yes, an autism sale. 100% an autism sale. Even more than that, this is kind of what I was talking about for, like, I want for a survival buildy crafty game to be focused around trains and have your mobile base be a mobile train base. I like trains. Gets run by a train.
We sent the machines before us to prepare the moon, to build everything we needed before we arrived. Rails, stations, a network connecting every corner of the surface. But something went wrong.
Revival canceled. Protocol ROSC 146.0 initiating.
Yes. Welcome. Welcome to the Bone Zone. I like Twains. I don't know how optimized it's going to be. It's going to be kind of rough. Oh, it's going to be a rough one, baby. Oh, with VC face running. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, it's a rough one. Oh. Oh. This time I got hit. In my first playthrough, I didn't get hit. I say playthrough, but you know, in my first experimenting with this, I didn't get shot right there. Yeah, see? So what you do is you hack these, and this allows, like, we're trying to rescue as many humans as we can from the pods, and then they go and escape to the train. Nope. Alright. Train has a limited lifespan. What's cool about this is that the train literally has, like, a system, a mechanic, where it is draining its battery to stay functional. And then if it drains it all the way, the train explodes. Because it needs the batteries for the protective shields and everything to keep the train operational. So you have a limited amount of time to do expeditions off of the train. Now, you can upgrade this as you go along. You can get more battery banks. You can do all kinds of stuff like that. That's part of the whole crafting thing with this. Oh! What the fuck? Ah! He came through the wall! He came from behind! I never had them come through the wall before. That was spooky. There's some other... Oh, yep. Oh. Looting all the things, looting all the things. Loot, 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 loot. Oh, whoops. Shoot, 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 shoot. Oh, I didn't make it. Shit. I'm gonna just go from this side then. I made it my first time. Whew. I just realized I had H on the whole time. What a dork. What an absolute dork. Heal me. Thank you. Oh, tasty. Actually get to the train and then we'll highlight the tism more. The tisms. All right, let's go run to our train, shall we? Trainee, don't you know me? Oh no. Okay, good. I was gonna say the prompt didn't come up. Honestly, I really should. Hold on. Go clean out the rest of the train first. I don't want to do the glider yet. This is where our passengers are going to sleep and rest. Was there any in this back section? Yes, there was. Okay. All the way back to the front. I don't know if it'll tell me that yet, but let's go. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Ramp us up, baby. Let's go. We gotta get out of here. So as the train is moving, because you are doing inertia, you actually start charging your batteries too. And yeah, look at the world. Look at the world. Ooh. This is what we have thus far. Obviously, in the full game, a lot of stuff to go see and visit. Okay. And while that's doing that, charge the battery. I know all that. Help overlay, that brings this all up so you can see. There you go. Plenty of shoons. Plenty of shoons. All the rations for all the people. Okay. Ooh la la. Also, you can do this. Yeah, you can stop the train whenever you want and go out and explore. It's just then the battery starts wearing down, right? You gonna start the next objective for me? I was waiting for the next objective because it's supposed to like give you a warning or give you a new mission to build stuff. I should go back and go attack that outpost. Maybe we should attack that outpost. Eh. I might have to stop playing here. Soon the encoder is screaming at me. Okay. Let's Go fly a kite up to the highest heights. I believe so, a long time ago. Or maybe it was. Oh no, wait. Was that the one about the Czech legions? If so, no, I didn't play that one. Go on, get over here. Oh God. Ah! You died, you got shot. Oh, bummer. Ripperinos. Yeah, so that's about the Czech legions. No, I did not play. I did not play Last Train Home. Sorry, I was thinking of like the last station or whatever, or is it maybe the final station? Which was kind of like a Lovecraftian horror train thing. Yeah, I see it here. Last Train Home. Yep, that's about the Czech legions. Okay. Woo! Wee! Okay. Alright, Chad, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to work on... and sit here and chitty-chat with you, too. I'm going to work on the thumbnail for Tamara. For Tamara. Okay, then I need to pull up this side. Oops, wrong thing. Right thing. Wee. 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 Okay. It's not going to be too exciting. Oh, not going to be too exciting, though, honestly. I wouldn't get too excited about it. I'm just doing some silly stuff. I can show you guys. Maybe slightly tilt it a little bit, like a little. Okay. Yeah. You come here, put it underneath. Okay. That's how crusty this all is. I just realized I don't have the white coloration. I'll take it off the teeth. I'll have to maybe separate it out of its own layer. No, because I wouldn't want to cover the woofie, right? I wouldn't want to cover the woofie, but then I wouldn't do the other image because it's a girl. uh Okay. I'll kind of break up the straight line feel here. So it kind of looks like it blends more. Oh yeah. Tomorrow's absolutely Grim Dawn, and so is Friday. Hopefully I made that clear enough the other day. Like, yeah, we're doing some Grim Dawning. There was no way. We finally get Fangs of Askartarn out. There was no way I wasn't going to do some Grim Dawning. Okay. Oh, maybe I'll just do the chest by itself. I was thinking, okay, so now I think 200 looks good on that. Again, we're gonna do the other arm stuff too, but you know what I mean. I need to check. Like, we want to keep a consistent tone across, right? So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do a super light gray for it. I should just get new. I should just get new artworks done. I really should. Oh. Only somebody could rapid fire out a thing of this with the new model, the new proper model. You know. God, if I went full, like, Tism mode. Get rid of all this section, all the horns and everything, and I would put in my proper horns and stuff. I don't think so. Not with paint.net, I don't think. No. Okay. Oh, I just realized something. I need to get rid of that. You? Yeah, okay. There we go. Gotta get rid of that. Getting rid of the neck. I just remembered. It's gotta be the other color. However, we can keep this color and do this layer. So I'll just have to remember 200 up. 200 opacity. And come over here. Let's do this arm. You don't realize how much, like, this is from their official forums, by the way, but you don't realize how much, like, scuffing the color palette, or the compression is. I mean, look how those jaggies everywhere. Compression hit it hard. Kind of works in our favor though, because it helps like explain some of the errors, the errors. Shit. Also doing this with a mouse feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Oh, fuck. Why is this fucking... There's this weird part of the song. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. I don't know what I've been told. It's like... I don't know why. That part of that song is stuck in my head. I don't even think those are the right lyrics for it. That song is just like, I don't know. You get those moments where it's just song gets stuck in your noggin. And you're just like, what the hell? Mm-hmm. Creative editing. Not much. We're just doing the thumbnail for tomorrow. I was like, fuck it. I'm just trying to break up some of the roughness of it. Slowly but surely. I don't know. I think the legs are dark enough that it wouldn't matter, right? But the thing, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have to do the legs eventually. Whoa! Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. Maybe I should make it a bit darker. You know? Fuck it. Feck it. Feck it. We'll do it live. Fuck! Boop. Boop. That's not happening. That's not happening, Reginald. Not in a fucking... Not in a million years. That's why I'm trying to do this, so we can keep some of the texture in behind. Yeah, so I need to bring this now. What? Your wow got auto translated to wow. Nice. Get fucked. Get fucked, nerd. Get fucked. Nerd. Alright. And then it out. Should be like here. Wow. Hold on. Also, live chat. Turn that back on. There we go. Oh. Game's already out. What do you mean? You have the expansion. Fuck, you're talking about the expansion. We're doing the werewolf, of course. Werewolf build. That's what Fangs of Astrakarn adds. It adds in the werewolf and the wereraven. This one particularly has the wereraven in the background. The other one has the werewolf, but it also has the female for the thing. So I chose to do this one because this also fit with the the thing I have. So what I'm thinking of doing too here is if I take a black outline of like the flesh, I think that'd be a good idea. So need to... Okay. Oh, racer, whoops. Oh, give me a second, I need to check. What? Oh, fuck. Silly of me. Come up here real quick. Boop. Not bright enough. Not bright enough. Oh, fuck. No. Shit. I can't remember how to get that back. Not in this. Shit. Oh, there it is. Boop. I have to do that. And now check. Boop. That's better. Okay. Better. Okay. Go down here. And we want it to overlap a little bit, because that should make a nice smooth transition between. You don't have to overlap too much though. Oh, God. I don't want to disturb the beast. Shut up. Shut up. Shut thy mouth. No. You know. Oh, is that fur work right here? I think that's fur work right here. So, hold on. Come in close. No touchy. Okay. It's funny. This is the one on their official forums. This is the image. So, again, when you're made by 12 people. No, here's why. Because it had this highlight, the white highlight tip. So assuming it's fur, and it's from this. It looks kind of like similar to this over here. Of course it's a nipple. What do you mean? He's shirtless. I just wonder if there's a higher resolution thing. Should I even be bothering doing this? A lot of work for just a thumbnail, you know? Granted, it's a lot of work for me because I'm not an artist in this sense. Okay. Beep, beep. Stop! Put that back up there. I meant merge down. Okay. Okay. And you do the same coloration here on the neck now again. The neck. Oops. Blech. Okay, and now, where'd it? Here. Boop. Okay. All right. Okay. Damn it! Somebody get the spray bottle. We need to spray Sir Reginald. Hit him with multiple dosages. Okay. I think the legs are dark enough that it won't matter. Those gloves or those nails? Oh, those are nails. Shit. Okay, well, what if I do this? Like a 3. Some a little too. Oh. Hungry woozy, no coffee, meeting was canceled, so I don't have to take notes while brain dead. Nice. Nice. Was here working on some stuff. For obviously the thing tomorrow. The launch of Fangs of Askartarn tomorrow. Asterkarn. I keep wanting to do Askartarn. Oh. Oh my god. Tooth a little bit, maybe. I've seen how big it gets. Yes, it's the largest thing they've ever done. Largest expansion map they've ever done. You know what? If we take a couple, just beep beep. Maybe give me that instead. Beep. Okay. Lots of quality of life improvements. Lots of big, huge new map expansion. Tons of new items and everything. They're literally at the... They're working near the limitations of the Steam cloud saves and the game engine itself. They wanted some room so players could add in like new sections if they wanted to still. That's part of Wrecked by Protoss. He does a bunch of like community modding and stuff like that. That was also funny on the podcast. I linked the podcast of them talking about all the new stuff. Like the stuff that has the hidden new class, the hidden transformation and everything. Yeah, what I like about this image is you have the were-raven, right? In the image. But look at all the wolf iconography everywhere in this. Whoop. 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 To say that the people there hold wolves in high regard is an understatement. They hold them in very high regard. That's the thing is they did some of the community additions as because they were considered like this is a requirement thing. They put some of that in, but some of them were just like they didn't have time to do it. this is one of those things where this is the final expansion. This is the Sunset. Originally, the last expansion was the Sunset. But then they got, like, what, an extra couple million people bought Grim Dawn because Diablo 4 was kind of a on launch. So they then jumped in and were like, should we capitalize on this? We're still working on the engine for Grim Dawn 2. We're still working on, we're working on the RTS and everything set in the Grim Dawn universe. Should we capitalize on this? And they're like, yeah, you know what? We'll take a small handful of people, go back on Grim Dawn, and work on a new expansion. And that's where the Fangs of Astrakarn came in. Yeah, that's one of the things they talk about. There's an RTS, and this is actually one of the factions that will be in the RTS. The people of the Winterlands are one of the factions that is going to be playable in the RTS. They said they also asked, like, if there was one thing that you wish you had time to, like, go back and do, what would it be? And he's like, the bounty system. You don't understand how scuffed the bounty system actually is in game. Like how duct tape and baling wire it truly is in game. He wants the guy, he's one of the leads on it, and he's like, I wish I could go back and redo the bounty system. I made the bounty system originally. It is so scuffed in the way that it's implemented and put together. It's like, if I could, I would go in, I would rip it all out and redo it all from scratch. It is my biggest shame, and it is stuck there forever. It is stuck forever. Okay, cool. That's one of the neat things about Grim Dawn. You have two obvious rival factions of magic critters and Lovecraftian horrors. Well, you have the Aether and the Chthon, right? And the Chthonic entities are like the Lovecraftian horrors, the genuine true evil. You know? No. Bounties. The actual, like, go kill this person sort of bounties. The system is entirely scuffed. He's like, it's bonkers. How flimsy it is all held together, right? Yeah, they said there's a lot of cool interactions with the new class. Like, again, if you have Berserker and you have Werewolf as your form that you choose for the Berserker class, your mastery, I should say, your Berserker mastery, you get the if you pick a cultist, the Hellhounds will no longer be Hellhounds. They'll actually be wolves that are with you. It's like, that's fucking neat. And it's fun having the option to alter your powers to align with these forces. Yeah. I can show that, actually. I can show that. Do I still have it up? Did I get rid of it? Oh, no. Oh, no, I closed out of it. What was the website called? Grim Tools, that's it. Grim Tools. And then we go to the build calculator. Whoop. Okay. Woo! Alright, let's pop it open. Yeah. Berserker. So again, if you pick Werewolf as your start, and then you do Occultist. So Occultist gives you the Mystic one. Berserker Cultist makes Mystic. And you pick these, the Hellhounds, they will instead change to Wolfies. They are wolves instead of Hellhounds. And the same thing here, if you are in Berserker and you pick the Were-Raven, the The occultist one here is the someone familiar. They will change from more ethereal crows into like physical crows, and they will scale based off of the player. You can get a thing that'll change it to scale. These guys no longer get pet bonuses. They will now scale 1-to-1 with the player character themselves instead. Really fucking neat. Like, and there's a few of those scattered around, and they said there's a hidden class, obviously, somewhere. So, I don't know what I want to pick as the secondary. You know what I mean? There are so many, like, interesting ideas you could go with. But we're obviously going to do William Lowell for one, and then I'm going to do Samantha Baker as one, because we're Ravens. It'd be silly not to. But here's one of the things that Rapar is talking about, like this, right? I can align with Cthon and then make my stuff corrupted, right? 100% piercing damage converted to chaos damage. So I can corrupt my Woofy. Right? I think you can do the same thing here, right? Yep. And corrupt your Were-Raven too. So there's neat little like roleplay things you can do all throughout, which I find fun. But I definitely have to figure out a proper build and everything. And like I said, I don't know what other class to pick. Are the brutal, unflinching defenders of Asterkarn that have embraced the beast god Mordragon's gifts to shapeshift into ferocious beast-like forms. They harness the bitter, unforgiving winds of Asterkarn to infuse their weapons and shatter their foes. When they are not assuming their were forms, berserkers bring down their prey in savage, dual-weaponed combat, but any weapon can prove deadly in their capable hands or talons. Nope, I'm definitely not. I'm not going with the Cthon. I don't want chaos damage. But if you did occultist, you kind of do want chaos damage, because occultists, a lot of their stuff scales off of chaos damage, you know? But that's the thing, is like I could go Nightblade. Like, I'm trying to think of what I would do with Lowell, because I don't think Soldier works like it works lore-wise, but I don't think it works, like, build-wise, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this would just be suffering. Because the big thing you want to do with this is, like, you want to do cadence and stuff, right? Well, this doesn't work. This is already your replacer. This replaces your basic attacks. Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea how tricksy Grim Dawn can get. It's all sunshine and rainbows at first. Then you meet my favorite one was, there is an actual PvP boss. He's not a player, but he is a level 25 PvP boss. And it was because Wrecked by Protoss played a character during a community tournament. And Wrecked by Protoss built a PvP build because it was a PvP tournament. And he smoked that tournament. So what the developers did at Crate Entertainment, or the makers of Grim Dawn, was they took his build and they gave it to an NPC in the game. So there is an NPC character, a boss you can run into, who will curb stomp your fucking teeth in, because he is built as a PvP character. Lots of stuns, lots of crowd control. He is a monster. But again, he's only level 25. You can outlevel him and smoke him, or you can just go around him. You don't actually have to fight him. But he's there waiting for you. He's there waiting for you. Yep. And what's cool about this is a double claw swipe. Also, this does actually affect it. This was, when asked, Implements of War does affect your werewolf and stuff ability, right? So Implements of War, it's a dual weapon bonus, allows you to dual wield, and it does affect stuff like Werewolf and with the claw swipes. Your default attack now, instead of being one slash, it is multiple slashes. Yep. There are secrets everywhere. There's a secret I didn't even know about. Hold on. I only learned about this secret, like, not even that long ago. I had no idea this existed in Grim Dawn. So this is one of those ones where, like, videos for, like, things I wish I knew about Grim Dawn before playing, I'll show you a secret. I mean, sure? Question mark? I don't think it matters. Yeah, whatever. Let's just go on. It doesn't matter. I'm making a new character anyways. I'm just going to do a test character and show you real quick what I'm talking about. No! It crushed! It crushed on me! What? What do you mean? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've got a consistent crash. Wow. Whatsy daisy. Okay, well, I gotta fix that. Hang on, let me get rid of the Grim Dawn calculator, because sometimes the Grim Dawn calculator is a bit of a chunky boy. I want to test it again. The Smilers are coding the game. The Smilers are coding the game. Yep, it's a consistent crash. Entirely consistent crash right from the boot up. So, let us verify. Verify integrity. All files successfully validated, so that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. It might not be censoring you. Hold on, I don't have live chat. YouTube resets. YouTube resets all the time. Okay, no, I don't see anything at all, right? I literally don't see anything. I went to live chat, didn't see nothing. Launch the game using the main in your root directory rather than the executable buried in the subfolder. That's not what I'm doing. DX11 and launch options. Okay, let's see if that works. Again, this is an old engine. This game came out a long time ago. This ain't a new game. So we might be getting some injurinos. So DX11, right? Okay. We'll see if that works. Damn, I can't say fat. What do you mean you said fat? Nope, crashes again. I have no idea what's causing it. Fresh install. Install. Instant crash when the main menu pops up. Whoa, whoa, we got problems. We got problems right here in River City. So that didn't do it. Okay, I'm going to do the playtest branch real quick. Update it into the playtest branch and see if that fixes it. Because they did do some engine tweaks for the playtest, which is the Fangs of Astrakarn without being able to go to the DLC or use the Berserker. They wanted to do like UI, people to test UI. This is basically what people have when the DLC launches. So for anyone that doesn't buy the DLC, you get this base patch that fixes up a lot of the little quirky quirks. I don't know what I've been told. 60% complete, 64% complete. You know, I'm going to go make myself some lunch real quick. My stomach growled at me. I'll be right back, make myself some lunch while this is loading. BRB. The hunger spreads. All right, let's give it a shot. Hopefully it sorts the problem. We'll see. Come on, baby. Yeah, okay. That fixed it. Right. So, oh, he's already started. Nice. I'll probably delete him, though. That's okay. Let me start. Hopefully we're right at the, like, thing here. We are. Perfect. Perfect. I don't care about any of this. I wanted to show you when we talk about, like, secrets being hidden everywhere. When we talk about secrets, I think they said you need to do this.
Still drawing. He's still drawing. He's.
Talk to him
You're
here.
now looking to the bodies of the dead are right. You will need to.
Okay. And stand right here. And turn the camera. Bink! Secret. A secret book. Just sitting there. And you might be wondering, like, why would you ever care about a secret book? Because in Grim Dawn, this is EXP. Wha-bam! Almost a full level. Right off the bat. It is. I know, but it's like I didn't know it existed until now. Cuz I never have my camera turned when I'm in the town, right? I always just run through the town. And then I learned about it the other day and I was like, "Oh. Oh. Like neat." Oh, whoa, hang on. Hang on. Oh, that coffee good. I don't know, where is it? Where's Wazda movement? Yep. They have Wazda movement in now, which I personally like more than the clicking everywhere thing. But, you know, you don't have to. I gotta figure out where you activate it at. Oh, here we go. Right here. Keyboard. Perfect. Okay. Backward. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Woo! Okay. I'll change the switch weapon. I'll work with my keybinds and everything like that. Yeah, it's stuff like that. There's all kinds of little, like, hidden stuff everywhere in this game. Everywhere. So quit the menu. We're going to yeetus deletus everything. Although I guess I can show you guys. Look, my witch hunter. Got some nice drip. Got some nice drip for sure, but he's going to get deleted too. He will be remade. But yeah, delete. Look, you can watch him go. Ah! You watch him go too. All right. Good. Ready. Yes, I've done it a little bit, but I need to, because obviously we're going to have to do some, you need to do a lot of reading. I'm just going to put it that way. You need to do a lot of reading in Grim Dawn. Reading, very important. Very important. Read. Read, motherfucker, read. Let me bring back up Grim Tools real quick so I can show you guys. Okay. So, it's stuff like this, right? What's this saying particularly? So, most important bit. Werewolf form has its own basic attack and cannot trigger weapon pool skills. So, if there are weapon pool skills, you cannot trigger it. You also cannot use Onslaught with it, because Onslaught is a default weapon attack. You can't have two default weapon attacks on at the same time. So you can't have your werewolf swipies and have Onslaught trigger at the same time. Like, you gotta really read this stuff. Now, if there's something that triggers just based off of attacks in general, then yes, that will be triggered by this too. But if it's anything that says that it's a weapon pool skill, that will not be triggered. Little teeny tiny lunch. Also, here's something for people that don't know Grim Dawn. Look, I put 16 points in, right? Why does it tell me there's a next level? You see that? Why is it saying there's a next level? In Grim Dawn, this isn't the cap. You can get all kinds of, like, items and equipment and things like that that will boost it higher than this. Now, there is an absolute limit it can go, but you can't reach it by just dumping all the points in. You need to have gear and equipment to fill in from there. Dude, you can get some crazy... You can do all kinds of crazy stuff. They also have a hard limit on, like, attack speed and stuff like that, which allows them more flexibility. You think it wouldn't. You think having a hard limit wouldn't allow flexibility. But because they know the exact limit of you can only ever get to this as your pinnacle attack speed, because they know that, they can balance everything around it. And they don't have to worry about unintended side effects of, like, super speed, like you do in Diablo 4, for example. Because Diablo 4 doesn't have a limit. And you can get some fucking bonkers shit, as you saw when I streamed it. Fucking teleporting werewolf. I didn't walk, I teleported to enemies all the time, just brrr, zipping around everywhere. Like a fucking buzzsaw. And that's when the nerfs have to come in. That's when they have to go, okay, that's a bit ridiculous. They did say that Grim Dawn 2 will also not be a live service game. They want to do traditionally what Grim Dawn 1 was as well for Grim Dawn 2. So it's going to be the game releases and then expansions for it later. It's not going to be a live service-y thing. just finishing off the last of this. It wasn't much. We had a little bit of pasta left over from yesterday. We're finishing off. No, not while I'm doing this. No. Not while I'm going through the thing, because I want to, like, do all the stuff myself. Yeah, so we do have, like I said, we do have a confirmed third secret transformation. So, who knows how long that'll take for that to get cracked. I have a feeling the community will probably crack it by the end of the week. And what I mean by that is by Sunday. I feel like somebody will crack where the secret is. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, tasty, tosty, tasty. Okay. Yeah, back here, I think, is good enough for government work. I mean, we'll see. They already told us that there's going to be some interesting interactions with stuff. Like I said, Berserker, if you do Berserker Werewolf, and you do Occultist with Hellhounds, your Hellhounds will change into wolves instead of being Hellhounds. Which, like, that's fucking neat. That's neato. But there's nothing specifically that Berserker has that makes it like a pet class or anything, right? It's very much... It's much more of a, you're the beast. You know, you're not, like, summoning a bunch of beasts. It's not like Necromancer or even a little bit of Occultist, because Occultist has some pets you can use. Ooh. But Necromancer's the pretty heavy pet class. Which, speaking of, I need to figure out what other class I'm going to pick for Berserker. Like that, Soldier would be thematically appropriate for William Lowell, who we're gonna make. We're gonna make Strithelfer. But I don't think it has good build parity with Berserker. Occultist does, but then because then you can switch to Chaos Werewolf. But I don't really want to do Occultist. Like Nightblade does. And it would kind of fit with William Lowell later in the NDA because he worked with Custodial. So, like, could fit. Yeah. I kind of want to do Shaman, but, you know, I feel like that's going to be closer towards, so I can show you, this makes you Primalist. I feel like this would be closer towards what Samantha Baker would do, right? It's just my gut feeling on it. I do like that they say, like, only one Briarthorn. Like, no, fuck off. No more Briarthorns. Yeah, I think Samantha Baker, who is a Were-Raven, would fit better with this. With Shaman. So I guess Nightblade. I guess we should go with Nightblade, right? Because again, this would stack with Werewolf's abilities. And it's not this isn't a replacer or anything, so. Yeah, what are you thinking of doing? What's your gut feeling you're going for, Tony, when it comes to the DLC launch? Requires a melee weapon, so that wouldn't work. That's a heal. Oh, again, I have no idea what it could possibly be. Like, I don't know if they... A lot of people are saying werebear. It might be a werebear. Like, that could be interesting. Ooh, wouldn't want to do that. We want mobility. They scale with player damage. That's pretty fucking nice. It's also not an exclusive. Yeah, that needs Shadow Strike, though. Requires a weapon. Can't use that with Werewolf. Oh! That does work, though. Execution works. Because that doesn't... That's not a weapon pool skill. That just activates off of default weapon attacks. So that would work. Yeah, dude, this would be great just for claw swiping all the way through, right? Yep, default weapon. Makes acid damage. Interesting. Activates off of dual weapon attacks. Hell yeah. Yeah, so this would all be usable for the werewolf. Phantasmal Blade would work. Heartseeker would work. Nether Edge would work. Dark Chill of the Night, Fall Over, them sapping their life and weakening their defenses. Could be pretty fucking nice. That would be good and get us some good tankiness. It also gives us Pierce, Freeze, and Petrify resist. That's nice. Bleed damage would work well with normal Pierce Wolf, because we can do bleed off of this. Yep. This also, Veracity, again, you leech heal on Werewolf, real nice. Real fucking nice. There's so much I gotta think about, though. And then that's not even getting into the devotion tree. I am terrible at the devotion tree. But these, when you clear shrines, and there's some other ways to get devotion too. There's another way to get points. But if you clear shrines, you get a devotion point you can spend in the tree. Right? And you want to start, like... You want to pick certain ones to build up to other ones, like... This is kind of like your Path of Exile skill tree, right? The giant skill web they have. It's yeah. It's tricksy though to do everything. So I'd have to read through a lot of these. Falcon looks good, though, right off the bat. Holy shit. More physical damage, more bleed damage, cunning, health, offensive ability. Okay, Falcon's looks like a pretty charmer right there. You do want some defenses, by the way. Like, you want some defenses. What a lot of people say in it, that a lot of people who, like, play the game a lot... They say you kind of want to put one physique for every time you spend a point in something else. Because you want a nice health pool. You can get away with not doing that if you're very confident in yourself. If you have ability to do good reads and buffs and everything, yeah. It's kind of what you want to do to give yourself a bit of a breathing room. We're also going to do stuff like Spirit and things like that as well. But what I kind of want to do is stuff like... I want Cunning specifically because of the offensive capabilities it gives us. And it does work with Bleed and stuff like that really well. Don't miss out on Bat and Ghoul. Jackal, Fiend. I guess first let's look for Bat. There's Bat. I don't know if we'll need the health conversion, though, because we already get that on Werewolf itself. I guess there's no reason not to if it stacks, right? And it gives you defense, too. That's pretty fucking good. Yeah, so maybe we should go into Bat. Here, I'll show what I mean by this. So, just kind of want to max that out. Look at that, 28% of attack damage converted to health. That's a lot of damage. Like, that's a lot of, like, good health getting sucked right in, right? That's a lot of good suck. That's a lot of good suck. So yeah, Bat would definitely seem like a good way to go. And then you get 2-3. So you can go bop. Oh, whoops. Boom. And then I would do it probably on Feral Claws, honestly. So yeah. The good suck. And he said Ghoul. Where is Ghoul? Okay. What's a 1-point starter too? And they stack. Physique and Spirit buff. Oh my god. Guess I could just put werewolf here, right? Oh, does this automatically take my werewolf thing? Oh, okay. No, it just did that. All right. Yeah. So when I have werewolf on, that would be really fucking nice. Yeah, so those two, and then we got a 5/4. Has damage, chaos, poison. We don't need any of that. Acid damage, poison damage. Elemental damage. Elemental damage. Bonus to pets, so that's pet build. Fox here. Hold on. Fuchs. The Fuchs. This is, we're looking at some of the builds. This is your... If you know Path of Exile, this is your kind of Path of Exile skill web for Grim Dawn. Right? It's not the exact same, obviously. This is kind of how you would do it. So, the Fuchs is a one to keep an eye on. Range weapons, and that's pet. Nope, so we don't want the Hawk. Again, Berserker's not really a pet build thing. Jackal's pet build. Pet build. Gives bleed resist. Not what we want though. Mantis. Piercing damage. Energy regen. That's pretty fucking nice. Especially because Werewolf needs lots of energy. Yeah, so I'll think on Mantis. Vulture. There's some good resistances. Chaos resistance is good. Vulture might be another one to go into. We're not going to do elemental damage much. Actually, we will do cold later. I just thought of that. We'll do cold later because of this. Just a way to get around resistances if they have them. So maybe, potentially. Potentially. So not you, not you, not you. Not you, huh? First one. The second one's not. Second one's in production. The expansion pack comes out tomorrow, which will give us the Fangs of Astrakarn, which just gives us the Berserker and everything. And that's why I'm trying to think of like a Berserker build going now. Ooh, Spider has attack speed on it. And has offense and defense on it. I might dip into Spider specifically just to get the boosts on it. Because again, that's some good attack speed. Like getting attack speed in general, spirit in general is good, cunning in general is good. And again, defensibility with it. No, they're not. What are you talking about, Hoodie Man? Holy shit. The people are freaked out because the DLCs are so cheap for the first game. Like, you need to compare it to other ARPGs and see how expensive shit gets. Like, again, Fangs of Astrakarn is going to be $18.99. That's incredibly fucking cheap. The price tag that it would have normally been, if it was Blizzard, it would have been $60 fucking dollars. But for Fangs of Astrakarn, they're like, should be $30. They're like, no, it's going to be $18.99. Yeah, not the mage. Magi is a no. Oh, fuck. That's another really good one. The lantern. Welcome, Robust. Hold on, we're looking at the devotion tree, kind of thinking about where we want to go with our different stuffs. Movement speed's nice, but that's pet bonuses too. I don't want pet bonuses off of it. Energy regen's nice. Movement speed's nice. Spirit requirements, that's okay. Physical resist is good. Poison and acid resist is nice. Slow resistance is really nice. So I might go jump to Dryad. Claim her. Pets. Pets. That's really fucking nice. The Lotus. Yeah. I agree. Again, so I'm not. That's why I'm not chasing movement speed as much. But I'm looking at some of the other things. Because you want resistances too. And physical resist is real nice. Poison and acid resist. Slow resistance just in general to keep from getting bogged. That's nice. That could be a quick bit of points there too. Because again, you don't want to ignore your resistances. You know what I mean? I think I'll go with Dryad. Later to get her resistances up. Can't put leap on it? Really? Well, they can it trigger off of these? No. So the only ones it can work on are... Oh, wait, no, Rip and Tear. Duh. I can do Rip and Tear. Fucking... Rip and Tear is your other... You get 2 abilities with Werewolf to start with. What a silly goober. What a silly goober. I'm glad I'm thinking through all this now. That's great. Unknown Soldier would be good to get to. No. It's not live. We're just looking at stuff. It's live tomorrow. 10 a.m. Like when we start the stream is when it's live. We don't want that, so I don't care about you. Dying God is pets. Revenant. Revenant does it. I'm not going to do Chaos, though. Yeah, we're not doing Chaos. Those are really good resistances. Holy shit. I kind of want to get to Unknown Soldier. That pierce damage and bleed damage is fucking nutty. Yeah, but it wouldn't be good for us either because it's got pet bonuses on it too, right? So, wouldn't be good in our situation. God, I almost feel like I have to do it thematically. It's a pet class one, but I almost feel like I have to. Are the other resistances on it worth it? I need 15 purples. We've got plenty of greens. I need purples to get there. You're gonna remember how to play your Inquisitor Warlock main? Yeah, I mean that's fair. Inquisitor Occultist. God, I feel like thematically I almost have to go for Mogdran the Wolf. Lightning damage, nope. Acid damage, nope. Health, and armor. Yep. Oh. Living Shadow scales with player damage. Oh, thank God, no pet scaling. It's player scaling. Hell yeah. Ah, perfect. Mwah, mwah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I feel like I have to thematically go Mogdragon. Bastard bitch. We're not going to do Aether damage, so that won't help us much. Aether damage won't help us much. What's Mondragon's big ability, too? 20% chance on attack, so it would scale with everything. You and your minions enter a fervent rage. Ooh. 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 Okay, I need purplies. I need purplies. And hopefully with a little bit of some light. Some white. I need purpley mana and white mana. So I go purpley. That would give me 5 at the end. 4. Oh, that would give me 6 at the end. Energy regen. That's not bad. So Harpy could be a way to go. Oh, this is going to be 7. 6. Trying to figure, is there some other way I can try to branch into purple without wasting a point here in the middle? No, that requires... If I went this way instead, I would lose Ghoul Bat, but I kind of want to keep those with Dryad. Wait, can you? Hang on, let me see, because this one would look like my best bet, right? Then wouldn't this, like, negate? Oh. It doesn't negate. That's strange. That's really fucking strange. You'd think because now you didn't meet the base requirements anymore, but I guess now, okay. That's intended. Interesting. Yeah, so then I can just go boop boop on both of those. Wow, a couple bonus points to spend. Hooray. And get me up to 10. Need 15. Whoa. The owl. Give us up to 10 as well. Oh god, only 1-1. Oh my god, only 1-1. I guess I'd have to go Wolverine. Because that would get us to 11. Boom. Okay. I have 21 points left. That gives 14, so we'd be shy. The resistances would be nice on it, but that's not what we want. That's 14. We'd be shy. 14. I could do that. That would jump us up. Shield block, though. That's a wasted stat for us. We're not going to be using shield. We'll be using duels. Dualies. Dually, dually, dually. Yeah, yeah. It's a shame that the elemental damage stuff wouldn't work for us. Oh my god, 1-1. I guess. Oh, well, no, let's just do owl. Yeah. Owl. Again, it won't have pets, but it's too thematically fitting. That's what drives me nuts. It's so thematically fitting. I'll give a 7. Lights. 7 lights, 7 lights. 7. 7. 7. 7. Is light magic just seriously just the fuck you button? Come on. Seven. Motherfucker. Like I said, thematically, I feel like this would be most appropriate, but that's so rough. Because this is a way better, thing for us. Especially, thematically as well. This Living Shadow... What is William Lowell's specialty? He literally can create shadow soldiers. And the shadows he has can attack people. Holy shit. It's fucking perfect. It's perfect. It's so perfect. It hurts. Oh, God. But again, this is so perfect, too. Just this ability. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, hold on. If I... We could save points if we get rid of Bat. Alright. Get rid of Bat. And then I have to do 2 here. Somewhere in the light zone. Because fuck me. I guess I could do this. Damage boost here. We can go with Lion, right? Go with Lion. That opens up our buddy here. Buddy old pal. There's 7 left over. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With our buddy old pal. And then I would want to change this probably to be Feral Claws. Right? We'd want to try to build the normal kill, which means we can get rid of... How do I... No, I want to get rid of it. I want to get rid of the boot. I want to get rid of boot. Ree! Let me get rid of boot. Yeah, you only require 6. Oh, but you're required because I have fucking Spoder. Spoder is also required in our current layout scheme. What requires the greens that I have? Here, lantern. That's right. That's it right there. That's what's going to cause it, the problem. And then we need it. We need lantern for the other stuff. Okay. Man, I'm going to have to think thunk on this hard. I got the 2 I want, though, the most. This may be a chance on attack. Maybe I should have you be Feral Claws. You be Rip and Tear. Yeah, Ghoulish Hunger. So whenever we're in werewolf form, that'll be perfectly fine. Having Ghoulish Hunger at all times. Yeah, well, let's... all default weapon attacks. So we want you to be sure. Put Blood Fangs on you. Okay. Okay, is there anything we can put a point in that would like be real nice? 30 health, 30 energy. Physical damage, bleed damage. I think just to put a point here in Stag. I think we'll just do that. Yeah. Okay, and then our Batty friend here. We need to trigger the ability. Bloody Fang's already used. Oh, we can do Execution and Whirling Death, which we can bring in here. Like, we can get this all the way up. Like, we're going to have Implements of War because it literally, like, why wouldn't we? Go all the way up. We want Recklessness. So, like, whenever, again, every critical blow. This is the absurd part of Recklessness. That's why it's so fucking good. Every critical blow. Like, we could argue getting rid of a couple points here. Is there anything we definitely want up here for movement? Maybe Bloodborne. Yes, this works with Werewolf. This does. You have to make sure you read, right? What it does. This just works with Werewolf as is. Other stuff that won't, like, this won't work with Werewolf. Onslaught, because it's a default skill replacer, Werewolf gets a double default skill replacer already. So, can't have both, you know? You could, or I guess you could, but it'd be a waste. And again, it will not. So if this says like you need a weapon. So for example, here Blood Fangs. If Blood Fangs at any point said that activates on weapon attacks, then I would know we can't use it with Werewolf. But because it's all default weapon attacks. Werewolf's claws are default weapon attacks. Right? Like, I think that's accurate, right? Hold on. I guess I should check. Is Bloodfang actually a weapon pool skill? Hang on. Let me triple check that. Grim Dawn. Oh. Grim Dawn. Is Bloodfangs a weapon pool skill? Ah, it is. Alright, so Bloodfangs, no bueno. Can't have Bloodfangs. I was like, wait a minute. It does say weapon attacks, not default attacks, right? Yeah, so this is actually a weapon skill. So get rid of that. Devotion. What can you have instead? We can do it based off of execution and whirling death and stuff like that. These are just normal attacks. So you can see. Activates off of default. Oh no. Default weapon? Default weapon? Oh no. So is it bad here? Uh-oh. 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 Double thinking. Hold on. Fuck. Fuck. No, it's not, well, it's not because I could use other stuff, but if you want to use the werewolf things, that's the problem. No, the dream's not collapsing. We'll just change it. We'll just change off of it. Well, again, this all works for us. This would work for us. So, I would just have to change off. Yeah, no, this, let's see. This is just normal. This works for everything. So we can use this all we want. I'm not doing that because I don't want chaos damage. We have this, which we can use as stuff, but I'm going to pump this all the way up first. We're definitely going for our stats here. It is. But if we didn't do you, because I don't want to do a cultist. A cultist, we kind of want to do, like, you know what I mean? We'd kind of want to do chaos damage. Wait. You can do that. Wait. I thought you could only do it once on one thing. Hold on. Let me just slap this back on. I could do it on all of them? It doesn't look like it. So it looks like we want that because it's on attack. And we're going to be attacking a lot more of that. And you want rip and tear here. Oh. No, yeah. I mean, that already does that here. We can see what we have here that would activate it. What? No, Ghoul's available. Because Ghoul, you can just use werewolf form itself. So as long as I'm in werewolf form, I have Ghoul. can activate at 45% health. All right. I'm thinking of having Cole as my backup here, using the Winds of Astrakarn as the backup. And specifically, because you can then go into this, Hailstorm. That way, I don't just get stuck where I need pure physical to get through. We have an elemental option just in case. Oh, there we go. Crit builds. 100% chance of activating. Oh, fuck yeah. Crit build that. It doesn't fit thematically, though. Nightblade was nice because it could fit thematically. Soldier fits thematically. Shaman technically fits thematically as well, but I don't know. This feels more like what Sarah Baker would do. That would be good for a wrecker. Like if I did Gregory, that would be really fucking good. Or if we did Eric, that'd be really good. Because they get the ability to get bark skin. Exactly. What do we have for Inquisitor? Both range, so that's already on the negative side. Again, these are really good. Damage to humans, especially. Holy fuck. This is more like what what a Speya would use. So if I did Victor, that would be really good for the Speya. Unfortunately, you need a weapon, but you know. This would all be good, specifically for elemental resistance, frostburn. The elemental resistance here. Entrapment resistance and chances to dodge. Really fucking nice. That's cold damage. Lethal assault. All of them while active. Holy fuck. All attacks. But it's not the stuff we're using. Okay. So the only one we'd be able to do would be dual blades here, because it's just a straight up bonus as is. All the rest of these require a weapon in this tree, so this is all weapon pool. A bunch of grenades and everything. Again, this could be fun just because of the synergy with changing them into wolves. But the worst part is that solo classes will always be weaker than dual classes, and it's because of this, right? It's because of this. This is way too much of a hurdle to get over. It's way too much of a hurdle. Man, Chad, man, I don't know. This, we're going to get probably at least 10 points. So we have 76. Because whatever class we're going up, we got to go all 50. Right? I'll check Arcanist just to see. Wizardry would be fucking great. Casting speed. This is more like for a Were-Raven. Let me double check Soldier. See, make sure there's nothing like we wouldn't just do it and just go pure passives on it. Because we know we can't do stuff like Force Wave, right? Because that has too many requirements. And we can't do Cadence because, well, it's fucking Cadence. It's a default weapon. So the Vantage can't activate. Can't activate that. Fighting Spirit activates on any damage taken. Requires melee weapons, so can't use that. Requires shield, nope. Requires shield. Requires shield. not gonna do you. We've got this. This Bloodborne is definitely gonna be our go-to, right? This is too much, too strong, too powerful for us. Like, that's a lot of damage and lingering bleed. Avalanche is a no-go. Yeah, so I don't think Soldier will be good for us. Just because there's too many of its passives that require other things that we can't do. Whereas here, we can do Veil of Shadows. We can do Pneumatic Burst. We can do Blade Barrier, but I wouldn't want to because it immobilizes me. We can do Blade Trap. We can do Ring of Steel. We can, yeah. We can do Phantasmal Blades. This does work for us as well. We just won't have Blade Spirit. I would love to get these. Oh my god, these would be so nice with Werewolf, but no can do. We can't do this because it needs a melee weapon. We can basically do everything else. Minus these, minus this. Can't do, or we can do this as well. Yeah, take care, Roppar. Again, we're think-thonking through everything because obviously we need to make something. I think Nightblade's still the way to go. But it's going to be much more passives with a couple active abilities. Yeah. I think Nightblade's our way to go. Get you all the way up. Again, that's just good resistances all around. Let's get like 10 of those at least. That gives cunning, bleed damage with durations, and vitality decay with durations. 10 of you. Don't need that. Merciless Repertoire is not needed. This is fine because this is just scales on us anyways. So that can be maxed out. You have 40 points to work with. We don't need that. The resistance would be nice. We don't need that. What's our stuff at now? Okay. Again, we don't have any armor or anything on right now, so that's fine that this stuff is that. But we're doing fairly well on physical, Jesus, already. And we don't have any armors or anything yet. Yep. Toggle Werewolf on. Toggle Bloodborne. I don't need to trigger those. We can keep those buffs on permanently. Look, all right. Jesus, we're already at 6,976. And I haven't put any points in yet? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. Ooh. I mean, granted, this is a, like, super character, you know? But we've gotten quite far. Yeah, for not having any armors or anything on yet, or putting any points in physique and stuff, which we're going to do anyways. That's pretty fucking nice. That's pretty nice. Alright. Yes, exactly. Like, exactly. We're not going to have the 55-55 devotion. We're not going to have all this stuff like that. But it is fun to see that that's what we are with just what we have. We don't need you. I don't need you. I'm thinking we just go Ring of Steel. And then come to here. Then we have Blade Spirit. Again, because it can work like the Living Shadows that Strithelfer, aka William Lowell, has access to. It's part of the Yalderskald can use shadows to tell stories. It's part of their capabilities. He just gives them physicality because they obviously have a capability and mastery over Shadow to the point they can do the Shadow Sting Bow, one of the weapons that Monty grants them. William just takes it a step further, and he's like, if that's possible, then, you know, what if we infuse, like, our capabilities here? So he's the one that starts teaching Yalderskalds to use more shadow techniques, which is what Jonathan Olfither's already on, because he can use the Dirge, which summons, like, phantoms of the past, and he can swap places with them. It's pierce damage. Again, that's pretty fucking nice. Why is it cold damage? That's weird. It's cold damage. Huh. Yeah, I understand the piercing and the bleed, but it's weird. It's cold damage. Alright. And we'll do you. Well, what are you at 10? Okay. That's not bad. So I think you with some abilities here. We don't need you. Trigger that to get the skill recharge down. Cold iron and stuff. It's cold forged. Cold forged steel. That's what it is. okay. Is there any way we want to, like, do this out? These are way too good not to have maxed, right? Maybe I should do this. Again, critical hits. That's way too good not to have at all times. Is there anything we want to do? Again, increase armor by 20% is really fucking handy. 20% chance to avoid melee attacks, really fucking handy. Right now I'm humming and hawing on like what we want to do. But yeah, again, I think that's good. Again, we'll have to play with it tomorrow for sure, 100%. And for anyone that didn't see it earlier, this is what we're gonna use for the thumbnail. Just had a bit of fun with it. Oh, shufta. I think it'll be a good time, a good fun time. Boop 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 boop. I heard that. Yeah. No, well, I will. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, guys. Again, we'll have to coordinate our build and everything like that, and think funk on it. I think I have a good thematic build going for what William Lowell is and what he will do. We'll have to see how it works. I don't know. It would be nice. I'd have to model it though. I'm not good at modeling. Again, the artistic stuff like this takes me ages. I'm not very good at it. Takes me a long time. Long time. Yeah. In the meantime though, chat, hope you guys take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. I will see you back here tomorrow. Tomorrow for some Grin Dawn. The Fangs of Asterkarn. In the meantime, we will also watch on Saturday Badea, which is the second movie in the 12-movie trilogy. We already watched the fifth, not knowing. Now we're going to watch the second. We're going backwards. But we want to see how the werewolf got his origins. Right? They made a cheeky little joke about it in the thing. No, it's the werewolf. It's the origin of the werewolf in the Maddox cinematic horror comedy universe. So we're gonna see. I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be fun. I think it's gonna be a fun time. Yeah, gonna be a fun time. Thama was actually a lot better than I was expecting it to be, so that was genuinely a good time. And also, Badea looked great in Thama. So, yeah. Anyways, chat. Bye bye for now. Yeah. 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 Get out of here. Yeah. Get out of here. Go away. Go home now.